Forum
Urszula
of
Sokolowska,
the Three Seas
Dziękujemy,
initiatives.
że Państwo jesteście z nami, bo naprawdę
Thank you for your presence, and this is really remarkable that so many of you are present with us. Of course, we would also like to welcome all of you in front of your TVs or computers, smartphones. That's the 21st century. Of course, we'll be talking, among others, about the digital turn in Three Seas countries. Of course, the Economic Forum is supposed to promote small, middle enterprises in the Lubelskie Voivodeship. We want to promote our voivodeship in all the member countries of the Three Seas Initiative. We want all people in Three Seas countries to be able to show our city, Lublin, and the voivodeship on the map, so that they could also use the possibility to develop using our expertise. During the panels today, we will, among others, start with the feminine power in economy. The second seminar will be devoted to digitalization and the digital highway of development. Later on, we will move on to the potential of the Three Seas initiative region. And, of course, the very concept of economy would be our leitmotiv. Economy is the most important slogan, the most important thing in Three Seas initiative. First of all, we would like to welcome Marshal of the Lubelskie Voivodeship, Jarosław Stawiarski, to take the floor. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to this Economic Forum. I'm really glad that you are present here with us in this Economic Forum, because we would like to take a closer look at economy. Just as it was mentioned before, small and middle enterprises is one of the most important pillars for the economy. Because actually the power of economy lies in small and medium enterprises. Of course, we also need the bigger companies and businesses like Airbus or digital enterprises. But actually, when we think about the general traction of economy, this is mainly made by small and medium enterprises. So that is why we wanted to include Economic Forum in the general Three Seas Local Government Congress. We will have 7 different seminars on different topics, starting with the role of women in economy. And in front of me, there are women who will be discussing this particular topic in a moment. We will be also talking about digitalization, potential economic prospects of the member countries, but also about the challenges and opportunities. The whole forum is accompanied by B2B meetings as well. And we invited all the countries, the businesses from all the countries of the Three Seas initiative. And we are really happy that many have responded quite positively to our invitation. Of course, we have many companies. Most of the companies come from the Lubelskie Voivodeship, but we also have some representatives from other countries. Just as Bill Clinton said once, economy first and foremost. And I think this is actually the most important aspect for us, because if the economy is flourishing, it increases the the product, the domestic product, and this will help certainly the regions, not only to bigger economies or better developed economies like Austria, but also to all the other 11 economies of the region. So this discussion is aimed at showing the directions of the economic development so that we could be actually at the forefront of the most developing countries in the EU. So I think that in 2004, our countries, the country of our region, were responsible for about 10% of the economy in the United Europe, but nowadays they are responsible for about 18% of the economic output. So that is why we want to be present in the economy and in the social and cultural life of Europe. I would like to wish you really good time in Lublin at our conference, and hopefully we could meet the next year and then share our experiences as well. So, of course, this particular forum, this Congress, is supposed to bring us all together and give an impetus to cooperation, networking, so that we could achieve better economic results for our citizens. Thank you.
Dziękujemy bardzo, kłaniamy się nisko. Marszałek
Thank you very
województwa
much. That
lubelskiego,
was Marshal of the Lubelskie Voivodeship, Jarosław Stawiarski. Just as the Marshal said, our forum is supposed to set new directions of development, but of course, one of the greatest pillars of that economy are certainly women. Sometimes we say that in women lies the power. And I think that Ula soon will actually confirm that. But I would like to ask you, so what are the characteristics of a woman of success? So certainly it's the determination. That's important, determination, hard work, and I think that our guests will soon elaborate on that more. The first panel will be moderated by Urszula Sokołowska, who is also a TV presenter, TVP Info, TVP Białystok. This particular panel will go beyond just the voivodeship boundary, because we will take a look at our voivodeship and this cooperation of women also from the Ukrainian perspective. So in a moment I would like to welcome business women, or actually women from different sectors, business, sport, politics, who achieved success in their respective area. We want to discuss the increasing role of women in today's world. So first of all, I would like to invite Professor Elżbieta Starosławska, who's the director of the Oncology Center of the Lublin region. Give her a warm welcome. Katarzyna Suchcicka, General Director of OX2. Our next guest is Magdalena Czelej, who is a co-owner of Darex, producing shirts, company producing shirts. Ms. Marta Maniewska, Marketing Director from MKS Lublin. And a very special guest from Ukraine, Ms. Violeta Labarzyk, head of the Khmelnytsky Regional Council from Ukraine. Dear ladies, we speak about women, the success, but we should also talk about the path that you had to take to achieve that success. Dear ladies, what is the recipe for your success? Let's start with Professor Starosławska. Thank you for the invitation, also to the moderator of the discussion. There are so many gentlemen in the audience, and of course, we also support you. You are also important, so that there is no particular battle or fight between us. It's really important that we remember we have to cooperate together, both men and women, to achieve good results. And now I would like to talk about oncology in particular. Patients need
mikrofon, żeby też nas widzowie, którzy oglądają w internecie, słyszeli.
Need lots of attention. If it weren't for the new technologies and the economy that was mentioned by the Marshal of the Lubelskie Voivodeship, we would do actually nothing. So nowadays, also with the financial contribution that we received, we actually could be so successful. So each year we've got more than 256,000 patients each year. In this way, we can offer them diagnostics, treatment. Of course, the technologies that we use are really expensive. For instance, if we talk about immunotherapy, so one patient's the outlays, financial outlays, can reach the amount of even 400,000 zloty. So I would like to thank all of you, also the gentlemen, for the inspiration. And the inspiration is very important for the team as well. And together we can achieve great things. Determination is certainly important. Sometimes we have to fight for our patients if it comes to the financial contributions that we can get from the governments or local governments. But all that is actually for patients. Nowadays, we pay special attention to prophylaxis and the prevention. And we also have special funding for diagnostics and disease prevention, especially for children, adolescents, but also adults. Certainly, this will be possible only thanks to the smart decisions that has been taken recently. And of course, this was aided by the decision issued by the health minister.
Pani profesor, jest pani ambasadorem województwa lubelskiego. Każdy o tym wie.
Professor Starosławska is also a special ambassador of the Lubelskie Voivodeship. I agreed actually to play this particular role because I do it on your behalf, on behalf of all the people, prospective patients as well.
Pani profesor, bardzo dziękuję. Pani prezes.
Thank you very much.
Czy ta droga do tego miejsca, w którym jest pani teraz, była trudna?
The question to our next speaker. I'm very pleased to be part of this seminar and this panel. So certainly the path to success is quite difficult. It was certainly difficult for me at the beginning. I think that only the next generation can evaluate my performance and also the performance of other women of my generation. But I'm always thinking about the future generation, about even my grandchildren. So I think that women have a very important role to play for the entire society. just as I said, our path is also difficult, just like the difficulties faced by contemporary men. But every time when you encounter an obstacle, you actually have to somehow overcome it. So get up and carry on. So the
Teraz
success
powiedziano o
is
tym,
always a path, not a name.
żeby głos kobiet był jeszcze bardziej słyszalny,
Thank
porozmawiamy
you
w
very
kolejnej
much.
części, ale chcę teraz przejść do pani Magdaleny
Now I would
Czelej.
like to give
Co
the
ma
floor
pani
to
jeszcze
Magdalena
dodać do tego
Czelej.
sukcesu, to jak
What would you like to add to that? So, what are the characteristic features of a successful woman? A successful woman is a woman who strives to achieve her goals and has to actually give evidence. So throughout my life, I have to somehow confirm also to this male world that I have also something to say. So, for instance, my father-in-law opened a sewing company at the beginning of my road, at my path. I didn't have much to say actually in the beginning, but over time, I could also show my initiative. I could also bring my ideas forward. Very often, women can actually add something important. So what is interesting? So for instance, in our company, although we produce shirts,
Panie
our
wszystkie
main
kobiety
client
tak
are,
typowo machają,
our main
prawda,
clients are not really men, but actually women, because those are women who help men if it comes
Jest z nami
to
też pani
choosing
Marta
the
Daniewska,
attire.
dyrektor marketingu, mistrzyni 22-krotna mistrzyni
We
Polski
also
w
have
konkurencji. Witam.
Marta
I
Daniewska, marketing
na początku
director of
gratulacje,
MKS
srebro.
Lublin. First
Już
of all, I would
emocje
like to
opadły.
congratulate you on winning
Warto się
the
cieszyć, ogromny
silver
sukces.
medal.
Kobieta i sport. Łatwy to był
So
początek?
you are a woman of sport. Was it easy at the beginning of your career, the path? Well, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to the panel. First of all, I don't really feel like a particular woman of success. I always pursue my goals. I always set myself some goals, smaller ones, like for instance, the one that we achieved last Saturday. We became the champions of in Poland, handball vice champions. This is certainly a great success for me. When I attain a particular goal, I'm just pleased with myself. And on the way to this seminar, I was just thinking about what is like my greatest success. The successful woman, for me, is actually a happy woman, especially when we can help others. Maybe you look at us and you think in a bit different way, but as such, we are actually quite humble. We can't recognize it ourselves that maybe we are successful. It can be only evaluated or judged by others. So my plan is actually to assemble a kind of jigsaw puzzle. So we have to set some great goals, like for instance, achieving the Polish championship, but also the success of my son, for instance, at school, is a great success for me. So those are just some of the jigsaws that
Muszę Państwu powiedzieć, że mieliśmy kilka minut przed
that
naszym
actually
spotkaniem tutaj i każda z pań jasno
part of my
powiedziała,
life.
sukces, ja i sukces, absolutnie. I dlatego myślę,
So
że chyba trzeba mówić o tym śmiało,
certainly
o tych sukcesach,
you
żeby
should
nie
be
umniejszać
more
roli kobiety w otaczającym nas
more
świecie.
vocal
Myślę, że
about
w tej części
stating
naszej
your success.
Wiolety Lebaziuk I tutaj od razu mówię, że
And
tłumaczenie konsekutywne
I would
będzie
also, I will
na
now
Wysokii, a
move on to
języka
Ms. Violeta
angielskiego są
Labaziuk. First of all,
Pani Violeto,
you will hear
czuje się Pani
the
w jakąś
translation
presję? Co
into
dla Pani
Polish, and later
oznacza
on
ten sukces?
there will be translation into English. So the question is, what is actually success for you?
I czekamy
Na
na
początek
odpowiedź.
chciałabym
So first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting our region to the Congress. It's really very important for us to be able to participate in the Economic Forum of the Three Seas Initiative.
Для нас також важливо в частині, що зовсім донедавна жінка не заявляла про себе в території України, про свою активну громадянську і політичну позицію. І шлях жінки в Україні, в демократичній Україні, досить складний і терновий.
When I look at those wonderful women that are here with us today, or generally in Poland, I'm really amazed. But I also have to mention that the women in Ukraine had to face many challenges. Certainly, we have
Czy coś jeszcze
overcame
chciałabym
some obstacles, but still this path is
z
really
Was łączy jeszcze region,
is really
niesamowity,
difficult.
piękny region lubelskie. Pani profesor,
Dear ladies,
jak
this is
pani
the
wspomina
Lublin
swoje
region as well
pierwsze
that connects
karierze?
all of you. Professor,
Pani
how
zdanie,
what do you remember
zaczynają
about the first stage
się
of your
właśnie
career? What do you think is the situation of women beginning their career right now? I think, as the Marshal said, the economy and finances are right now in much better condition. I mean, financing of hospitals. So I am able to recruit more specialists and pay them better money. So more and more specialists, really very distinguished specialists, are ready to work here. Professor Zbolak, when she started, that was a huge challenge. Nothing was in place. And right now, she's really successful, a great endocrinologist, diabetologist. So we right now are able to employ great specialists, which means that patients are better taken care of. So we can talk about international standards being in place right now in our region. Talking about digitalization, all the documents we have been digitalized. So digitalization is key. It's not possible right now to function without it. All the statistics, data we have are digitalized. So that we are talking about a completely different level of development. For me, it's not the gender, it's not important. What counts and is important for me is that the person I work with is passionate about his work and is empathetic towards his patients. So right now, most of people I work with are new doctors. They don't really talk about money and they are not so much interested in how much they could earn, but they are happy and motivated to be part of our team. And our conversation begins with talking about how we can help our patients, how we can improve the quality of our treatment. And I'm so glad and happy and proud that in our region we are able to compete with the whole Europe. And twice already I received a call from London about our capacity of accepting patients. Of course, private patients who need to pay the full price because they are so impressed with the quality of our treatment and they are not able to offer the same treatment. Of course, my answer was no, because this is a state-run hospital and we cannot accept outside patients. So what I'm saying is that people and patients from other developed countries are eager to be treated in our hospital. And that's because and thanks to the development and the cooperation of all the sectors. Yes, the Lubelskie region has been developing in many domains. What do you think, our next speaker, about that? Well, I'd like um, people to realize that there are so many initiatives and so many opportunities you can use. All of those who want to invest in the region. When I began my career in business, the competition was very close to us. Right now, the competition is worldwide. So the whole world is our competition. And I believe that in our Lublin region, we are really highly competitive and we have capacity to compete with the whole world. Thank you very much, all dear ladies. What do you think about the approach towards women in important roles? Let's talk about sport first. Ms. Director, what's your stance? Well, the sport domain is very particular. It requires a lot of work, a lot of success of the whole team. We've got 20 players who are really diverse in terms of their personality, and they have their own moods and swings of mood. So they need to fight every single day during the training sessions, and everyone expects them to win, to be the champions. And me, myself, I'm an achiever. So for me, winning is a success in itself, and the same for our players. They fight all the time and they need to prove their value, not only in terms of sport, but also in terms of marketing and promotion. Because in our region, there are so many sport clubs, and every of those club needs support, including financial support, to be able to function. So, and I'd like to thank to the Marshal of the Voivodeship for helping us for so many years. And there are still a lot of people who believe that the sport marketing is the future. And because it's associated with positive emotions. And you need to feel it, you need to experience it to be able to win. So, next to our next speaker, you've been part of the energy transition. What do you think could be the role and contribution of women into that? There was a report of International Agency of Energy on renewable energy on women that, well, I believe that women in high positions is nothing surprising. And indeed, if there was a report on women in the domain of renewable energy, I think, well, it was not an optimistic perspective, but there is still there are prospects. because, as you know, renewable energy is the basis, especially the renewable energy is the basis of our economy, should be. And that's something fresh indeed. And I think that's why it attracts women so much, because it's new and fresh. In the conventional energy sector, we've got much less women in comparison. When I build my team and take my decisions, I try to take into account all different scenarios and different points of view to be able to provide you with the best solutions. So I'm hopeful for the future changes and for more women getting involved in the energy sector, but I do believe that there are less women, especially in higher positions. But what counts is that women cooperate and support each other instead of competing. So there is this quote that there is a special place in hell for women who help other women. That's why it's so important for women to work together
Zapraszam
for
kobiety.
the
To jest
same
najwyższy
initiative.
sztandarz, drogie panie.
And
Pani prezes.
what do you think about senior managers, women? Well, I believe it might be quite controversial, but I think that reconciling someone else's well-being is something typical of women. Let's look at how women function in their families.
Pytam się teraz,
Usually
czy w
they think
polityce
about
trzeba
other
też
people
przywoływać
more
te
than
stereotypy? I jak to
themselves.
wygląda na Ukrainie? To już
How
pytanie do
about
pani Violety.
Ukraine?
Jak
Miss
wygląda rola
Violeta,
kobiet w polityce na Ukrainie?
what's
Jak
the
pani
role of
doszła do tych
women in
sukcesów?
politics in Ukraine?
Відповідно до політичних партій спілки формувалися на до місцевих рад, а було тільки обов'язково норми відповідно до зміни законодавства, але список сформували на 40% жінки. До того, до слова, будучи координатором жіночого руху на Хмельниччині, хочу засвідчити той факт, що жінок в Україні до повномасштабного вторгнення в нашій державі офіційно було на півмільйона більше, ніж чоловіків. Хочу засвідчити той факт і дуже надіюся, що це розуміють української політичної, що все-таки ми з народом є потрібна на радянському суді, де жінка виконувалася в іншому форматі і роль її в суспільстві, не тільки в житті, було порядно. Пропозиції, ініціативи, достойна гідна заробітна плата, будь-які достойні посади заробітні. Дуже важливо, що сьогодні в демократичній сучасній Україні ці стереотипи зламані. І зламали ці стереотипи саме активні жінки, які займалися активною громадянською роботою, благодійністю, співпрацею з різними організаціями по обміну досвіду, незалежно. Сьогодні жіноцтво України почуте. В мене багато є жінок-колег, які очолюють обласні практика, вони почуті, їхні плани по розвитку регіону, їхні ініціативи реалізовуються в тому числі і в складні для нашої держави і нашого народу. Це плавно. Ключове, тепер ми можемо бути учасниками безпосередньо важливого і відповідального процесу по будівництву, по відновленню.
First of all, I'd like to mention that in 2020, legal changes were introduced in Ukraine, And right now, there is a 40% of election lists should be taken up by women. And so there's the political parity in place. We had 3 million more women than men at that time. So we've got more women in Ukraine. We need to remember about our history, the Soviet Union history, and the fact that certain stereotypes come from that place, from this period. And it was really hard for women to be remunerated enough because of those stereotypes. But now we've been trying to fight with those stereotypes. There are more and more women who are really active and involved in different initiatives, social initiatives, and there are more and more women involved in politics, in regional councils, and there are more and more important women, including politics, and women that can have a say in the future of our country. And we should remember that the very term Ukraine
Przepiękna
in
jest
Ukrainian
odpowiedź.
is feminine.
Drogie panie, mówimy tutaj o kobietach, które działają, ale
So
nadal jest
we
kobiet, które
we are
muszą
talking
się
about
zagłębiać, muszą
women
się
who are
zagłębiać w sens,
active,
muszą się
but there are
przejść
a
ten
lot of
etap
women
natomiast
still
działania,
who are really
kobiet,
afraid to take
co stoi za tym
initiative and
pomowami
to be
profesor?
self-employed. How do you think, Professor? What do you think, Professor, are the reasons behind that? I believe that such a person has to be well organized, able to set an objective, and then be really determined to fulfill what she has planned to do. So, organizational skills are key, and I believe that is helpful in every domain. Except for finding your objective, your goal, you need to, in a way, create your own algorithm, your own strategy, how to realize this goal. In my medical domain, when we tried to create our center and develop our center at the beginning, it was very challenging, and at first, no one really believed in us. And finding finances, money was a huge challenge, but also the very design of the center, of the development of the center was a huge challenge. So, finding the goal and then implementing the goal to the end, that's key. And right now, we've got great results. On the 17th of November, we'll be celebrating the 70th anniversary of our center. I'm so proud of that. And right now, I'm proud to say that we have patients already who live longer. Yesterday, I saw a patient who's been living for 26 years in spite of her breast cancer, and she's in good health. So, first of all,
Pięknie powiedziane.
I believe that we need
W medycynie
to be
nie język.
able to diagnose ourselves, to find our niche where we can operate and where we can contribute something new, something that could be useful for the society, for the
Bardzo
region.
dziękuję pani
And
Magdaleno
that's it,
za
and that's all.
odpowiedź.
That's the
Głos
recipe.
jeszcze bardziej słyszalny.
So, how can we make women's voice more
Co mogą
audible?
zrobić kobiety, ale także środowiska, w których pracują?
What women can do, what their communities, environments can do in this respect. It's a very difficult question, but I think
Powiedział
mostly
coś,
let
co
them
interesuje kobiety,
work.
coś, co zachęca do działania tutaj z
Is there
poglądem
anything that could work as an activator, as a motivator for women to get involved, more involved in business and other domains? So I can talk from the perspective of tourism. When we want to get more women involved of different ages, and I talk about a group of 20 women I know who motivate themselves one another. Sometimes we've got this intrinsic motivation, but not everyone has it. There are women who don't have this intrinsic motivation, so they need the extrinsic motivation from others. Sometimes we get motivated by men, but in case of our group, our team, we call them among ourselves lazy sportswomen who come from different environments, different sectors. There are doctors, entrepreneurs, and what we do, we have some initiatives, like fun initiatives. For example, tomorrow mm, we'll be doing some karting. So competition is involved. But it's not that easy because we need to fight with our insecurities and fears. For example, me myself, I'm afraid of heights. When I need to do something new, I need to set myself a goal, and then that's easier for me to overcome it. So if I have a new challenge, I invest myself in it completely, and I keep training and preparing in order to overcome my fears. So we've been doing with those women different fun activities like kayaking, for example. We raced in kayaks, and that was really fun and difficult, and everyone got so competitive. Everyone wanted to win, so we motivate each other. We have our own championships. We gather points. Everyone fights really strongly. For example, some time ago, we went bowling, and again, we got so competitive because everyone wanted to be the best. But for example, one of the activities we did was climbing, and I was so afraid because I used to be quite weak my in terms of muscle strength, but I got motivated so much that I was able to prepare everything, even the gear, the equipment was not comfortable for me, but still I managed somehow to overcome that. So there are a lot of challenges on the way, and when I talk about this climbing experience, a lot of preparation was involved. Then we experience a rush of adrenaline, and that was incredible. When we were actually doing that climbing, it I it took I thought it took quite a lot of time for the rest to climb. I was the third one to compete, and I did it in 19 seconds, and that was spectacular. So this is an example of such successes that are born in an incredible conditions. And in my case, the second climbing I did was a bit, I was a bit less successful.
Czas nam tak
So
ucieka,
it,
tutaj
it
patrzę.
shows that
Czy
usually
mamy
at
jeszcze
the
na 2
beginning
krótkie
we are
pytania?
more
Na jedno krótkie
determined
pytanie.
to
Na jedno
win.
krótkie pytanie.
Okay,
Żeby
let's
jeszcze
have
skorzystać z
yet
tego, że jest z nami
one more question.
pani Violeta. Jest pani przewodniczącą od
Violeta,
2020
you are
roku. Mówimy o tym,
at the head
z
of
kobietami,
the
że
regional
kobiety naprawdę
council
potrzebują
since
inspiracji, zwłaszcza teraz na Ukrainie, gdy Ukraina walczy.
2022.
Widzi pani taką potrzebę? Tylko króciutko,
Oh,
proszę.
what's about the situation of women in Ukraine right now and how we can get them more involved?
З боку жінки як такої, мами, берегині, дружини, керівника, очільниці.
So today, especially today, women need inspiration from other women because in Ukraine, in this very difficult time, women who are mothers, who are wives, they give support to everyone around them. And I would like, having this opportunity today, to wish to all the women in the audience and listening to us online from Poland and Ukraine to be able to set themselves goals and to be able to gather other women around them to fight against the evil and to win all over the world. Thank you very much, all dear ladies, for your contribution and this very inspiring and motivating for other women debate. This was our first female panel, but when I look at all those successful women, I believe that there
No
will
proszę
be
bardzo.
more successful women
Uwielbiamy,
in
kochamy
the
to widzimy.
future.
Jeszcze raz, szanowni państwo,
Yes.
wielkie brawa.
A round of applause for our speakers, ladies and
I skoro
gentlemen.
Ula Sokołowska wspomniała, drogie panie,
Since
prosimy jeszcze
okay,
chwilę
dear
pozostać do ladies, wspólnego
please
zdjęcia, bo skoro
stay
Ula
for
wspomniała, że
the
to pierwsze takie
photo
spotkanie
together.
dotyczące kobiet w
So
województwie
this is
lubelskim,
our
to
first female
będzie
meeting
na pewno
in the
historyczne
Lublin
spotkanie. To
region,
pierwsze
but
historyczne
so
spotkanie
I
na razie
believe
nie
it's
widać na
going to be
zdjęciach, więc
historical.
drogie panie.
Therefore, we need a photo from this
Ja tylko
event.
szybko przedstawię, kto był z nami.
So
Profesor Elżbieta Starosławska,
our
dyrektor
guests
Centrum
were
Onkologii
Professor
Lubelskim.
Starosławska, Director of the
Katarzyna
Oncology Center of
Suchwicka,
the Lublin
dyrektor
region,
generalny OX2.
Katarzyna
Magdalena
Suchwicka, General Director
współwłaściciel firmy Darex
OX2,
i Marta
Magdalena
Daniewska,
Chaleki, owner
dyrektor
of
marketingu
Darex, and Marta
MKS Lublin, a
Daniewska,
także
the
pani Violetta
Marketing
Dabasiuk,
Director of
przewodnicząca Chmielnickiej Rady
MKS
Odbudowy na
Lublin,
Ukrainie.
and last but not least, Violeta Labasiuk, head of the Khmelnytsky Regional Council
Szanowni
in
państwo,
Ukraine.
ten czas
Those were
na
our
wspólne zdjęcie
speakers.
wykorzystam
Thank you very
na
much.
kilka zaproszeń. Bo mogę
Dear
być do
ladies and
państwa
gentlemen, let's
dosłownie za
use up
10
this
minut z
time
drugim panelem, z drugim
to
seminarium,
talk
ale zaraz do
about
państwa
our
wrócimy
agenda.
to
So
zaproszenie. Po pierwsze,
we'll see
zachęcamy
each other
państwa do
soon in
spotkań
10 minutes, but
B2B, bo
I
tutaj
want
jest mnóstwo firm z
to
regionu Trójmorza, a tych 12 państw
get
Unii
involved
Europejskiej
in
i można na
B2B
pewno nawiązać wiele
meetings. There
kontaktów.
are a
To
lot
bardzo ważne
of
zaproszenie. Numer
people
jeden.
here. You can
Bardzo ciekawe
connect
zaproszenie,
with
drodzy
them.
państwo, jutro
We
można zwiedzać
tomorrow
bardzo nietypowy
you
sposób.
can visit
Autobusem
Lublin
wodorowym,
in a
szanowni państwo, można się
very
przejechać, więc
unusual
jeżeli ktoś nie lubi
way.
ryku
There is a special
samochodu,
hydrobus. So
pan
if you're not
marszałek
into
Wojciechowski jeszcze
cars,
podpowiada, że
you
kobiety
can
kreatywne,
visit
zdecydowanie.
Lublin by means of
Bardzo
such
inspirująca debata.
Tak,
a
więc
bus,
jeszcze to zaproszenie na
a
zakończenie.
green
W
bus.
recepcji można
So
zapisać się
if you
na
are
City Tour, czyli
willing
zwiedzanie Lublina
to
autobusem
participate
wodorowym,
in
więc
this
jeżeli ktoś nie
city
lubi
tour
ryku silnika,
by
to
a
może zwiedzić
hydrobus,
Lublin właśnie takim
then
autobusem.
you
Ale to
can
najnowsze zaproszenie. Proszę być z nami już za kilka
enlist
minut. Przed
and
nami kolejne
at the
dyskusje, kolejne
reception desk if you want to participate. So thank you very much. See you in a couple of minutes.
Ale tam część jest chyba online. Aha. To jest... No, weźcie, ja będzie robić. No tak. Tak samo życie? A w sumie tak, tak. To z elektrykiem się może. Już mówię. Sekunda. Cyfrowy rozwój. Mhm. Dobry. Ta przerwa była krótka, ale
This break
intensywna
was
była,
quite
szanowni
short,
państwo, przed nami
but
kolejna
actually
porcja
quite
wiedzy. A
intense
teraz
because
weźmiemy kolejny
we
temat
wait
na
for
tapecie. Co
the
to będzie?
second part and the
To
second
będzie
topic
region
today.
Pomorza na drodze
This
cyfrowej
is Three Seas Initiative
Tak jest,
regions
szanowni
and their
państwo,
digital
to
development.
droga cyfrowego rozwoju, a tak jak już wspomniałem
That's
kilkadziesiąt
the
minut temu, to można powiedzieć, że
digitalization,
autostrada cyfrowego rozwoju.
or
Mówię o
we could say
liczbach.
actually the digital highway of development, is particularly important for the development of the region. So,
Jest
for
to
instance,
imponująca kwota,
the
trochę
economy, when it comes
przeciętnego
to
człowieka
the digitalization,
niewyobrażalna,
increased
ale
by
ten temat
42
przenieść na
billion
język bardziej
euro.
zrozumiały. Michał Kanownik, prezes Związku Cyfrowa Polska.
The
członek
moderator of
zarządu
our partner
Digital
will be Michał
Europe. Dzień
Kanownik,
dobry,
president
kłaniamy
of
się
Digital
nisko,
Poland
zapraszam.
Association and a member of board of Digital Europe.
Panie Michale, zanim zaczniemy panel, zanim przedstawi pan osoby, które będą w nim uczestniczyć, proszę powiedzieć, czy
Mr. Kanownik,
fakt,
could
czy
you
informacja,
tell
że możemy
us,
stać się jako kraje Trójmorza drugą krzemową
can we
Pierunią,
actually
to jest
become the
taka
second
informacja troszeczkę na wyrost, czy
Silicon
rzeczywiście
Valley?
tak może być?
Or maybe it's an exaggeration? No, actually not at all. As Intermarium or Three Seas Initiative, we could actually become a digital hub for Europe. And certainly we should use this opportunity that opened just in front of us. And I hope that the panelists will help discuss and also tell us how we could do it.
Now in our Three Seas region. My name is Michał Kanownik. I'm the chairman of Digital Poland Association, member of the board of Digital Europe, and leader of Sea Digital Coalition. So in 3 rows right now, I'm sitting here. And please welcome my distinguished guests during our discussion. Today online is with us Robert Bogdanfi, Director of Public Affairs ANIS Romania. Hello, Robert. Lucia Colnikowa, Portfolio Manager, League of Digital for Digital Boost SAPie Slovakia. Paweł Lewandowski, Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Digital Affairs, Republic of Poland. Hello. Paweł is online with us. Ignaceusz Święcicki, Head of the Digital Economy Team, Polish Economic Institute. And last but not least, Zydruna Vitaite, co-founder of Women Go Tech Lithuania. So we should start from some general point of view about digital development. So my first question will be to Paweł Lewandowski. Government for sure has a more general point of view on different issues. So that's why I have questions rather general, because one of the 3 priorities for digital from Three Seas initiative is the digital pillar. And of course, since last few years, every summit of Three Seas initiative is supporting this digital pillar as a very important direction for whole Three Seas initiative. But we created a special Three Seas investment fund to finance different investments across Three Seas region, but only 14% of projects supported by the fund concern the digital pillar. I think that it should be much more, much higher level of the digital project. For sure, Three Seas initiative is looking at a serious shortage of digital international project and investments in area of different digital transformation process. So, Mr. Minister, how do we capture this opportunity which we have right now on the table? And can you say a few words? What about our last experience based on COVID time, war in Ukraine, global economic recession? In every these examples of historical events, digital transformation was crucial for whole world, for our region especially. So, what do you think? Where are we? and what to do and what is the plan for a Free Seas initiative to use all opportunities which we have right now on the table thanks for digital technology. I have some problems with audio. I think that we have some problems with connections with Warsaw. Can we check? Okay, so we will back to me to Paweł Lewandowski with these questions. But so now maybe check the technical issues, and right now I have questions to our on-site guest, Ignacy. Question to you in that situation. What is your opinion about position of digital transformation in the whole Free Seas initiative? Are we ready as a region to use this opportunity which we have right now on the table thanks for digital technology? What are our experiences in different countries based on COVID, war, global crisis? What do you think about it?
Well, thank you for this quite a general and broad question. There are many topics there. I think that, well, in general, the countries of the Free Seas are in different stages of development. As a region, I would say we are ready to start and to boost our digital transformation. But what we need to look at is our regional specialties and also our regional position. If we look, for example, at the Digital Economy and Society Index, which is summarizing the level of digitalization in the EU, well, most of the countries of this region are below the EU average. In terms, especially if you look at the digital infrastructure, where all the countries in the Free Seas are below the EU average. So this shows that there is lots of need to invest, especially in infrastructure, which is, of course, a base for development of other services. Having said that, we have to remember that we have, of course, new experiences after COVID and after the war. We have just recently opened a cybersecurity center in Bucharest, which is a very important development, also building on the new geopolitical situation, right? Poland is, for example, one of the countries which has recorded the highest number of cyber attacks last year after the breakout of the war. So this type of initiatives in the region, I would say, are very important and are also boosting our potential. Same with infrastructure. We have, I mentioned digital connectivity. We have countries which have already deployed or allocated all 5G spectrum, like Croatia. We have countries which implement 5G test projects in ports, like Estonia. This is something we can build on. We have, by definition, in the Free Seas, we have more ports than Tallinn, right? So we can try and build those experiences, how those 5G networks can work locally, in order to build our experience, build our companies, and then export it to other countries.
One more question regarding to your remarks about the general point of view on digital transformation in our region. You mentioned about 5G. For sure, it's absolutely crucial for our whole economy in the region. But what do you think our countries are ready for, not only for 5G right now, because we have different examples, different level of development of 5G in Poland or in the rest of the countries. But what about future? What about 6G? What about next? How to make more investments in this digital world in our region? We have, for example, in Poland, we have huge investments in cloud services from Google and Microsoft. What we should do to invite more investments, digital investments in our region, across whole region right now, based on absolutely new technologies, AI, 5 or 6G. How to do it?
Well, it's a complex and difficult issue. I would say that we need to show our strengths. We have a lot of very high-profile engineers, for example, in Poland, but also in other countries. We have good levels of education, high-quality education. What we lack and what we're working on is, for example, having more STEM graduates in order to have more people in engineering and IT task force. But the basic level of our skills, I would say is good. The infrastructure, in my first. What I said before, I don't mean to be too pessimistic. Of course, we are a little bit behind the Western Europe, but when you look at absolute numbers, we are converging. So we're catching up in digital, in many aspects of digital development. In infrastructure, not so much, but in other areas like e-government, for example. Estonia is one of the leaders, but other countries are converging, are catching up with the leaders. So I would say we need to show not just our, let's say, our place in the line. So we are on the, let's say, 24th position in the EU or 25th, but to show that we're converging, we're making a lot of progress, which means that our potential and opportunities to make business here are getting bigger and bigger.
Thank you very much. I have to mention that we have one of the best in Europe application for citizens, mObywatel. Only in Poland we have over 200 services right now open for our citizens across the whole country. So for sure, this e-government issue is very important. But Lucia, I have a question to you right now because, of course, the most important part of our economy across Free Seas region is SMEs. It's absolutely a heart of our economies in every country in our region. So, in your opinion, you are a specialist in SMEs point of view, I can say. What is the opinions of SMEs about potential of digital transformation in our region, and are they ready for this process?
Thank you very much for this question. And also for those who don't know me, I'm leading one of our key projects at SAPIE, a League for Digital Boost, which is the initiative supporting digitalization of SMEs in the whole CE area. And lastly, we just conducted a survey about from the Slovak SMEs about their level of digital transformation. So all the data which I would mention would be probably coming from this survey. I would maybe categorize the opportunities for SMEs into three categories. The first and foremost are technologies, or meaning digital solutions and different digital tools, which could help SMEs to survive crises like pandemic, help them to stay on the market when the situation like war in Ukraine arises, or also react quickly on customer experiences, for example. So all these technologies would help them survive, save them money, save their time, and these are basic expectations from digitalization, what SMEs expect from investing into digital technologies. There are also several others like decreasing costs, decreasing dependency on human resources, fostering R&D, but they also fear from investing into digitalization, and these biggest fears are the cyber attacks or the competition which would take a lead in the market, and some others. The second opportunity I would categorize is financing or funding, because there are huge opportunities to apply for national funding or European funding, but also the private as well. We also know or see as a feedback from SMEs that very often these funding opportunities or grants are under heavy bureaucratic burden. So this is also one of the key obstacles, which we could talk about later on. But yeah, the financing as a category is number one. And the third one I would mention is networking, or to know who the partners, who the potential customers could be, and maybe where the or who could help us to SMEs, who could help SMEs with the digital transformation. And there are like a newly born European digital innovation hubs, also as one of the opportunities for SMEs in this domain. But none of these would become a reality without a mindset, innovative mindset of SMEs owners, and this is also what we see what is lacking. yeah, maybe I can frame it like this.
Thank you very much. I got information that our guests online are ready right now for discussion. Are you sure? Yes?
Hello, I'm okay.
Great. Great.
I'm sure as well.
Nice to see you and nice to hear you. So one more time, first
to see
question
you.
to Warsaw, to Mr. Lewandowski. What is your point of view as a government on this digital pillar in Free Seas initiative? Are we ready to use this opportunity which we have right now on the market based on our experiences on COVID time, war in Ukraine, global crisis right now? In your opinion, are we ready to use to win this situation for our economies across whole region? Especially that one number, because maybe you didn't hear, that only 14% of projects supported by the Free Seas Investment Fund concerns the digital pillar. In my opinion, it should be much higher level.
Thank you, Michał. You know, every time I think about how to develop our 3Cs region, I believe that those conditions, those preconditions that you mentioned are very important because, first of all, every shock causes a giant leap in development, and we see that in terms of either digital skills or generally in use of technology in every area of our life. And for instance, it's in administration, in business, in schools, everywhere. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that you said 30% only.
14.
The level of investment from the 3Cs Initiative Fund. I believe that we should reach at least a level of 20% because according to our, for instance, Recovery and Resilience Plan, we should achieve at least 20%, and that's a requirement from the European Union. And in Poland, it's about 31% total. So it means that it is very important for everyone. But what are the main problems in terms of cooperation? In my opinion, perhaps it's interoperability, because we see that, for instance, Schengen system, it's a IT system, shows that interoperability facilitates doing business because we can go everywhere. There's no problem with documentation, with documents in terms of travel documents. But in terms of of validation of other documents, there's always a problem. I believe that we need at least in region or maybe in entire European region, a system that will validate every document issued in a member country, member state, in IT systems accordingly, like Schengen system validates travel documents. That's one thing. But when I see the figures, I see that our 3Cs region generates 3.3 general GDP growth within the entire European Union. And on the other hand, it's only 90% of GDP of the entire European Union. And therefore, we have to improve our cooperation in business. There are estimations that 35%, it'll be the number in 2030 when we take into account our entire region. But to do that, we should, first of all, develop modern digital technologies according to 5G, 6G, artificial intelligence. We have to build database economy. It will help to facilitate cooperation, to exchange information. And of course, and I think one of the biggest challenges is compliance and cybersecurity. And that is the thing that on which we are focusing the most within our Ministry of Digital Affairs. And I think that tackling with these things will help improve business, cooperation, and coordination. And it wouldn't be possible without developing digital skills. I think that will be that these are the most important factors for our market. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have, frankly speaking, I have one more question to you, but first, Robert, Mr. Lewandowski mentioned about few technologies which could be crucial for our development for future. So from your side, which these technologies, which directions should be crucial, most important for our region, for our digital industry in the next few years, especially that in Romania we have, Ignace mentioned, European Center for Cybersecurity. In 2 days we will be talking in Bucharest about potential of business in the cybersecurity sector across our region. So, in your opinion, what is the most important technologies for us for the next few years for our business from the region? And how should we use this opportunity in your opinion? Or maybe, in your opinion, we are absolutely not ready for these opportunities.
Thank you so much, Michal. And first of all, it's a pleasure to be discussing these topics in such a great company. Yes, I think you raised some very interesting questions here. I would focus on 3 main sectors. Cloud technology, first of all, where we have great opportunities, and I think we are in a position to grasp those opportunities. But of course, obstacles remain. Secondly, cybersecurity, and that's not a technology, that's a domain. But the level of innovation you're seeing in cybersecurity now with AI coming into play is really changing the game. I think that cybersecurity, again, not a technology, but as a domain, is critical, and it's a great opportunity for our region. And then interoperability. Once again, not a technology, but a way of using technology. So if we manage greater interoperability, not just in the country, I think this is one of the primary challenges that Romania faces, for instance, now, is connecting the digital systems within a ministry, because we have seen, including ministries like the Ministry of Internal Affairs, that has difficulties perhaps connecting their own systems. So we have to connect systems within a ministry, between government entities in a country, and then between our governments, so that a business, if he wants to do a business from Romania wants to develop a cybersecurity solution in Poland, it can do it rapidly. If there's a business in Poland that's innovating, we want to have access to that as well. Let's really create that digital single market. I think you've done a great job, and I congratulate the organizers for this. You actually put the question very well. Do we see that as a region we can cut through the bottlenecks of competing the EU digital single market and actually create this frictionless economic area that allows firms to flourish? I think that really captures the essence of what the 3Cs initiative is about. I think if we have to take the lead and work between ourselves, the 12 states that are part of this, and try to create those bridges regardless of the discussion at the European Parliament, I think those discussions are good. They're heading in the right direction, but it moves slowly. If we can move quickly and we can do it together, that will just be a bonus for the entire European Union, because we represent 29% of the EU's territory. So
Thank you very much. Frankly speaking, it's one of my dream to create some open 3Cs marketplace for digital entrepreneurs from our region, to create a much more multinational projects, cross-border projects in this area. So I hope that together, as a digital coalition, we will be able to prepare some kind of project, and maybe our governments will support this kind of activity. But Robert and Pavel mentioned about digital competences, which crucial for our development of our economies in this digital direction. So my question to Zydruna, what do you think about the level of digital competences in Free Seas region? Are we ready for this digital revolution in our, especially SMEs? Because I'm not afraid that the biggest companies are ready, but in SMEs, are we ready for this revolution? And of course, I have to ask you about position of women in across across market. Where are we as a Free Seas region in this area comparing to rest of Europe, rest of the world?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, and it's easy and complex at the same time. I come from Lithuania, so when we say like the region investing in even the mentioned 5G technology is very advanced and enabling a lot of innovation. But I also work in the hardware companies. In the last 10 years, I haven't met a woman who would be a hardware engineer working on the applications to use these technologies. So I'd say the region is facing a very, very big challenge. We're very fast from the regulatory perspective, from the attention to the innovation perspective. However, what we need to pay attention to is the attention whether there will be a talent to innovate, to apply the technology in the real practice. And the region of the three C's is very interesting, I'd say, when it comes to the ICT talent. I guess we're all facing the big challenge because only up to 20% of the students of all the graduates in European Union, and also three C's initiative, are ICT students. So with the escalators, with the accelerators like pandemic, when we are missing the talent in the digital sector, I think we are all facing the same challenge and all facing the same issue. And especially for the 3Cs initiative, when all of the projects and all of the pillars are very heavily focused on the technological development, connectivity, in energy, in infrastructure, and the digital aspect. Everywhere we look, we have a shortage of the talent. From 15,000 ICT specialists in Lithuania to 150,000 in Poland, and the rest in this the similar situation in other markets. But when we look into what it is that we can do. I come from an organization, Women Go Tech. So this is where we analyze. So what about women in the ICT talent? And we analyze the 3Cs initiative market, and we have a very interesting situation here. We have countries that are doing fantastic in terms of the global context, like Bulgaria, Romania, Baltic markets, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, having close to 25%, 30% of women in the ICT, among the ICT specialists working in the tech, regardless of their education. And we also have markets in between, and then markets like Czech Republic or Poland, where 10%, 15% of women are in the talent pool. And understanding that despite the fact that we are going to accelerate our number of the investments in the ICT industry or innovations in it, we will still face the big challenge of talent pool, who is going to apply the technology, who is going to work in the, regardless whether it's corporate or SMEs. And here there are certain experiences that could be shared in between the markets, maybe the projects that could be launched together, because it is way easier to scale the good initiatives that are there done in the top tier markets and learn from the ones that are already successfully requalifying the talent. Because if we only focus on the educational system reforms, we are going to have to prepare ourselves for 10-20 years. There is not a strong change, I would say, not a significant change in the women involvement in the last 10 years in the ICT sector. So, of course, we have to focus on requalification initiatives, not only the educational change. And this region has a lot to share in between different countries and a lot to focus on if we want to catch up and be globally very competitive, because what's out of the technology if we can't apply it, or if we have no one to apply it?
Thank you very much. For sure, to this issue, I will back in next question. But frankly speaking, when I'm in the panel with Mr. Lewandowski, I always ask one general question, which of course I have to ask right now, because it's, in my opinion, unfortunately, it's crucial for our rest of our discussion. So I have a question to Warsaw about regulation, because without regulation, we can't discuss about digital market right now in our region. And of course, we have in Brussels on the table a lot of regulations: AI Act, Data Act, Private Privacy Shield. We have a lot of different ideas. Of course, we can discuss which are better or not, but generally we have a lot of regulations. And I have a question to Paweł Lewandowski. What is your opinion about common point of view of Free Seas region on these regulations? Is it possible that this region will have one voice in Brussels discussing the regulations, especially in digital area? Because of course it's obvious for us that we as a Free Seas region, we are in the completely different position than Western Europe. And of course we have to take care about a little bit different regulations in this area, different investments, different point of view on our next steps. So in discussion in Brussels, in your opinion, there is a common voice of Free Seas countries regarding to regulations, or rather every country has a similar voice and different point of view on these issues?
You know, when I think about European regulations in every aspect, I think that it's called often tsunami. And why it's called tsunami? It's called tsunami because tsunami has a couple of features. One of them is it's giant, it's massive, and it's destructive. Okay, so I think that a lot of regulation, too much regulations, over regulations, can cause more destruction than build something. But on the other side, to build single market in Europe, we need to harmonize law. And the progress development of ICT sector is rapid, one of the fastest growing sector in the world. So there's always a problem with regulations. We have to catch up with the development to address all issues caused by the rapid development of those technologies. But do we have more in common? Of course, we have a lot in common as the entire region. We have the same needs. We have a very similar history, especially in terms of economic development. We all went through transition from communism to free market, and it all caused a lot of consequences. Therefore, our voice should be similar. And I see some success in cooperation, and I see that we have more and more influence every year by now, because we are much more aware of the situation that the situation is very similar in each country. And I think that the biggest success recently is CSAM directive, because last week we had a meeting of D9 Plus group and 3 Seas initiative and countries from 3 Seas initiative, and we were discussing the question of monitoring and issues regarding privacy caused by CSAM and regulations toward from Data Act, for instance. And our first success is the fact that we started a discussion about CSAM, and I see that a lot of countries 2 days ago, I think a day ago, informed about their very negative approach towards this regulation. I consider that as a success of our initiative as well, because we mostly had the same approach and the same point of view in that matter. And I believe this is the starting point of something bigger that will cause rise of our influence on every other legislation. Because when we see that we are quite effective, it will build self-confidence within our states, and it will make us even more important for the entire union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Robert, a question to you regarding to words of Paweł Lewandowski. In your opinion, is it possible to prepare a very good, clear, and smart European regulations in digital area, but not barriers in digital development? You have some experiences in Romania with some regulations which should be very good, and finally it seems not so good. So, in your opinion, regarding to our experiences in relations in Brussels in working on some acts, is it possible, in your opinion, to prepare a perfect regulations in digital area?
Thank you for that question. I think that the problem is that we are trying to be perfect, maybe too perfect. There's no regulation that can absolutely be perfect and cover all the aspects and all the risks possible. I think oftentimes we're too much focused on that perfect goal. And, if only we would have that one law that would resolve all our problems. But we're forgetting that laws do not resolve all problems. In fact, I think the private sector is much more part of the solution than it is than the legislation is part of the solution. So I think we have to be responsible with regulation. So I think if we don't strive for perfection, then we can actually have workable regulations that help companies much more than we are trying today. So this, I think, as Mr. Lewandowski called it, the tsunami is seen as a threat because it's too much at the same time, and it's trying to achieve too much. If we would focus instead on the basics, meaning the technology we want to use and the companies and how they are developing and what the companies need, then, and if that would be driving regulation, instead of looking at it almost fundamentally from how do we envision society working, I don't think anybody can and nobody has a crystal ball and says, I think I know how society will work, so here's the legislation for tomorrow. No, we have to be guided by the technology. We have to let technology innovate, let the companies innovate, and then we start regulating where there's a clear sign that there are problems, right? In that sense, I think we often talk about the competition between the countries in the region, the competition between Romania and Hungary, Romania and Poland, for instance, on IT sector. But the reality is, the IT products are very similar everywhere in Europe. To get ahead in this sector, it takes a lot of courage and innovation, and we have to really support those the people behind those companies that are innovating and are creating a change. That's the true power, and that's the growth in Europe. So if we see good legislation and good regulation, yes, I think companies should discuss on not companies, sorry, governments should discuss on how different countries manage to do better than our country has. So instead of focusing who regulated more, let's focus on who regulated better, and let's implement in the whole region, maybe in the whole 3SI region, regulations. And I can even give you examples. The IP box that Poland has, which is an OECD inspired policy, right? That's a fantastic policy. We don't have that in Romania. We would love to have that in Romania. But is there a discussion between the Polish Ministry of Finance and Romanian Ministry of Finance on the subject? Maybe there is, but I don't know about it, right? So if there is, fantastic. If not, the OECD could play a great role in this, and I'm sure they are in more convergence in terms of tax policies as well. So let's make it very simple. If you have a new technology, sell it anywhere in Europe with no barriers. If you have a growing company, grow in 3Cs region with no barriers.
Thank you very much.
That's what we need. And I
Absolutely.
think that in terms of regulation, it will be difficult to achieve that. Very difficult if we don't accept the notion that imperfect legislation exists and it will always exist. I don't think there is such a thing as perfect legislation. So be driven by technology, be driven by the companies, and then you can reach a good point of balance in our societies where you have both innovation and safe regulation for citizens.
Thank you very much. Of course, I fully agree, and probably I can say in my name, in opinion, together with Paweł Lewandowski, that we will help in contact with Ministry of Finance of Poland and Romanian to solve this problem of IP box. If you agree that our IP box, Polish IP box, is so good, so probably we can promise together that we will help in relations, in exchange these experiences between Poland and Romania in this area. So, of course, I fully agree that not competition, but exchange experiences. So I have question. How to do it? How to build some kind of platform for exchange experiences, best experiences between our countries to find the best solution in different area. Sometimes in regulation, sometimes in some business projects. What we should do as a government, as a business, as local authorities.
I think I would try to put it more, I'd say, in a human language. What in order to bring collaboration, we have to put people together. It's not someone else somewhere there, the big eye watching us. It's people either finding the safe space to share ideas, safe space to innovate, and be comfortable with it. So I guess 3Cs initiative is I'd say has to do quite a lot still to increase awareness of this as a network in other markets. Maybe it's very well advanced here in Poland, but I think we have to do quite a lot in the rest of the markets. We have to look into alternative ways to add additional stakeholders into this format that would feel safe and secure to continue sharing the ideas. Once we put people together, once we put them in a comfortable positions, I'm sure the innovation happens, and the same happens with whatever networks that we noticed. Even right now, let's say we have a success rate of requalifying women, adult women, to tech by like 60-70% here in Lithuania. And we are ready to expand and share with initiatives in other markets. What we need the platforms and the different mechanisms to help us learn of different issues, because the countries and the markets, I guess, once we are looking into us as a region, there's one thing, but once we look into the local realities, there's a lot we can teach. And I guess in terms of the innovation, what is important and what we noticed that in order to collaborate, in order to even innovate, we have to be very sure of what it is that we are doing here. So I guess in the innovations area, in order to have a bigger percentage of the projects applying, for the fund that are truly innovative, we have to create a secure spaces to do that, and we have to provide the skills to understand what it is that we're working with. So that would be my recommendation yeah.
Thank you very much, Lucia. The same question to you, especially that I would like to ask you the question: how can we prepare our market to build in our region in the future big companies? Is it possible to build in Bratislava, in Warsaw, in Lublin, the next Google or Facebook for the future?
Thank you. Just to step back, we saw today the signing of memoranda within the 3Cs universities. So probably this should be one of the opportunities or challenges for us how to do it in a different actors, meaning in cybersecurity, in all other areas. As per your questions, Michal, I'm not sure if we can build a
can try.
so big conglomerates, but definitely we have the ecosystem already. I think we also need to diffuse the all matter about innovations, the added value of innovation and digitalization closer to the market, spread it and diffuse it within the whole ecosystem. So we are all ready to do it, and it also go in hand with the talent density, with the talent attraction. This is also something what we have here in our region, but we need to make sure that the talent stays here with us.
Thank you very much. Of course, we have since today a science platform to exchange experiences. We have a industry digital platform as a digital coalition to exchange the platform. So I hope that step by step we are going to a good direction. The last question to Ignacy, and then I will ask only for one word of summarize. Ignacy, in my opinion, one of the example of this cooperation should be private-public cooperation in different areas, and not only in one country, and maybe cross-border public partnership. What do you think? What is the crucial way to reach these digital goals for our region?
Okay, thank you. So I would say it's, well, for sure it's cooperation and it's infrastructure. Just one, if I could say just one more thing about the topics that have been mentioned just before, with regards to regulation, I would say this is very important to cooperate in the region and to look at regulation not as a one single event, but as a cycle. We have a regulation, then we have a review, then we can think of what can be done better in this imperfect, always imperfect regulation. And this is something what we can add to as a region. If we have our own specificity, we have smaller companies, we are smaller countries, we can do our impact assessments to show how this regulation impacts our countries and then try to influence during this cycle to make it better for our region.
Great, thank you very much. And exactly, last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 words for the final question. What, in your opinion, should be the one thing what should be on the agenda of Free Seas Summit in Bucharest on September? One thing. What for Romanian presidency in Free Seas should be absolutely crucial for next summit? Lucia.
Oh, it's hard to say, but increasing collaboration and exchanges of best practices. So, best practices.
Joint talent pool for ICT.
Strengthen Free Seas as a brand so that investors see us as one region.
Robert?
Technology, common technology adoption.
And Paweł Lewandowski, I know that for you is a much more complicated question, but...
No, we can always speak about something more general, like cooperation, consolidation that causes synergy and better influence on European regulation.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that together as a public sector, private sector, and with exchange this best experience, best practices across our region, we'll be able to reach the goals of digital transformation in our region and become a real digital hub for Europe, maybe not only for Europe. I'm sure, I believe that it's possible for us, for our SMEs from our region, for all of us, or for our local authorities. So thank you very much for your patience, thank you for my guests, for a very interesting discussion.
Bardzo dziękujemy, drodzy Państwo. Zapraszamy jeszcze do pamiątkowego zdjęcia.
Thank you very
Tak
much.
jest.
And
Za chwilę
let's
pamiątkowe
have
zdjęcie.
a joint
Jeżeli
photo
uda się nam
right now to
wszedł ze stolikami, to
commemorate
będziemy
this
bardzo
debate.
wdzięczni, chociaż jest tam niezwykle mało
If
miejsca, ale wierzymy w
possible,
Państwa możliwości. Nasz
please
fotograf za chwilę
join
Państwu ustawi,
us.
a my zanim
I'm not
zrobimy
sure
to
whether
zdjęcie, to
there is
jeszcze
enough
garście
area
zaproszek
for
mamy dla
everyone,
Państwa. Po pierwsze,
but
jutro o
let's
godzinie
try.
16:15
Tomorrow
odjeżdża autobus. Pytacie Państwo, dokąd ten
4:15
autobus
the
odjedzie, więc
bus
spieszymy z odpowiedzią. Będzie to wycieczka po
takes
Lublinie,
off
tak zwany City Tour, ale ten autobus nie będzie
for the
nie byle
city
jaki, prawda?
tour of Lublin, but as I've said before, it's
z
an
tradycją, bo na pewno
exceptional
można
bus,
zwiedzać piękne miejsca.
very
Tak, więc
modern
jeżeli chcecie Państwo
hydro
poznać Lublin,
bus
to
that
zapraszamy, ale
can
należy na ten wyjazd się
drive you
zapisać.
to
Wystarczy
beautiful
zjechać
places
do
in Lublin.
w
If
holu, w
you
recepcji.
want to take
Można na ten
part
wyjazd
in the
się
city
zapisać
tour,
jutro
you
16:15
should enroll. You
autobus
can
honorowy
enroll at the
odjeżdża.
reception
No,
desk
aha, i mamy nadzieję, że z Państwem.
tomorrow at
Oczywiście. Mamy jeszcze jedno
4:30
nawet dwa,
the trip
do
begins.
uczestniczenia w spotkaniach B2B,
Another
ale
invitation
także
for
do
you is
zapoznania
to
się z
take
częścią wystawy
part
roboczej,
in
która
the
jest tutaj
B2B
tuż obok, i
meetings, but
zapoznania się
also
między innymi
to
partnerami wydarzenia.
get familiar
Tak,
with
to jeszcze
our
zaproszenie na
offer,
koncert.
with
Wieczorny
the offer
koncert w
of
Centrum
our
Spotkania
partners,
Kultur,
and there
do
will be
wręczenia
a concert
nagród
in the evening
dla osób,
as
które
well,
przyczyniają się
and
do
the
szerzenia, do
awards
rozwoju
ceremony,
inicjatywy Trójmorza, a tam wystąpi na scenie
where
m.in. orkiestra Artisentemo, więc
you'll be
bądźcie
able
Państwo również z
to
nami tam. Teraz
watch the
przerwa.
performance of
10
Artisan Demo
się dosłownie za 10
Orchestra.
minut podczas
So
kolejnych
please
dyskusji.
feel
Zapraszam.
invited and please join us in 10 minutes again. Thank you very much.
Dzień dobry, witamy Państwa po krótkiej przerwie.
Czas na gospodarkę.
Welcome again
Tak,
after a
bo
short
dużo dziś o
break.
gospodarce będzie,
And
bo
now
to
we have
niezwykle
another
ważny temat w
panel
krajach
topic,
Trójmorza.
A dokładnie o
this
kierunkach
time
rozwoju współpracy
the
gospodarczej.
directions of economic cooperation
Tak
in
jest, szanowni
the
państwo.
Treaties
Tutaj musi
Initiative countries.
paść ważne pytanie, bardzo ważnych kilka
We
kwestii, bo
need to ask a
przyjęło się
very
i
important
mówi się, że w
question.
krajach Trójmorza, że kraje Trójmorza są niezwykle atrakcyjne ze
Very often
względu
we
na
say that
tanią siłę roboczą i
Three
ze względu
Seas
na
Initiative
niskie
countries
podatki.
are
Za
quite
chwilę odpowiemy
attractive because
państwu
of low
na
taxes
to,
and
czy tak ciągle jest, czy świat, który
cheap
się
workforce,
zmienia
but
również
is
te
that actually
fakty, te
true?
informacje.
No właśnie i z tymi pytaniami zapraszamy już moderatora kolejnego seminarium, pana
To
Łukasza Grabowskiego, dyrektora Centrum
face
Eksportu
these
Polskiej
questions, we
Agencji
would like
Inwestycji
to
i Handlu.
welcome the
Zapraszam.
moderator of this panel, Mr. Łukasz
Dzień
Grabowski,
dobry,
director
zapraszam. Zanim
of
zaprosi pan swoich
director
mówców,
of the
panelistów,
Polish Investment and
mam
Trade
pytanie,
Agency.
czy kraje Trójmorza mogą
I have a question.
pośliznąć, jeżeli chodzi o
Do
wzrost gospodarczy
the
te
Treaties
bogate
Initiative
kraje
countries
zachodnie?
can catch up with the rich Western European countries? I think yes. The average economic growth in our region of Europe is very good, very high, and dynamic. We are catching up the Western European countries. For instance, recently there was news in global circulation that the Polish gross domestic product would be higher than the British one.
Zapraszamy.
Right. So let's begin the panel. Our guests will represent different countries of our region. So first of all, I would like to welcome Monika Cegnar-Jurjewicz, Business Development Manager at the Foreign Trade Office in Zagreb, Croatia. I invite Mr. Konstantin Beckers, Commercial Counselor of the Austrian Embassy in Warsaw. Mr. Matej Hojnik, President of the Polish-Slovenian Triglav Reserve. And Mr. Roman Matus, President of the Foundation of International Investment Office. Indeed, just as the moderators of the entire economic forum said, the global economy is changing rapidly. Especially in recent times, we have faced a number of different crises. The center, the economic center, is moving from the west towards the east. Also in the battle concerning the margins, the Middle and Eastern Europe, the Central and Eastern Europe, is actually very important. So, together with the panelists, we will be talking about the competitiveness of our region and in what ways would we like to shape that competitiveness in the years to come. Do enterprises in our part of the world able to compete with developing countries where the workforce is much cheaper than in our part of Europe? Maybe the first question will be addressed to Mr. Matej Hojnik, who is also running his own business activity. Are there any particular economic and growth factors responsible for that our region could be a stable region for economic growth and also a good place to invest? Maybe first I will start with the fact that our workforce, the employees in our region, are highly qualified and hardworking. And this might be the advantage for our region, thanks to which we could catch up with the average European level. For instance, in the previous year, we have caught up the average European GDP to 92%. So which means that the general direction is quite positive and optimistic. I think it's not only about a cheap workforce, but our advantage is mainly highly skilled and educated people, employees. So we've got startups, many companies, especially when I think about Poland, for instance. I see a number of new emergent startups. Also, generally in Central Europe, we've got really a huge number of new innovative startups. We should certainly invest in that. Of course, the basis is built by digitalization, and certainly Poland, but also the other countries of the Three Seas regions have contributed a lot to create the fundamental infrastructure. So we are talking about the so-called hard infrastructure, airports, railways, but also the digital infrastructure. Those are certainly the pillars that connect the countries within the Three Seas initiatives. Those are the investment directions that are quite strategic. We can clearly see the development in particular countries in the region. So certainly we have many people with greatly developed entrepreneurial skills. We also build this capital already at the level of education. So certainly if we are talking about competitiveness, we are talking about the level of education and the level of companies. What can we learn from Austria, for instance, that could be implemented in the companies in the development of human resources? So certainly we are really involved here in Poland because this is a geopolitical strategic center with proper infrastructure. But it's not only about the capital, but also highly skilled and educated employees. So generally the human resources. Education, and in particular this method of educating people seems to be positive. So certainly in Europe we have some difficulties with the development of human resources. So for instance, in Austria and Switzerland, we have a fantastic system of dual education, vocational education. The system is working really great in Switzerland, but also in Germany. There are 700 Austrian companies that produce, that implement the products also in Poland. The dual vocational education system is working because young people can have a really quick introduction to the job market. Which of course accelerates the growth of the companies. The experience that they gain in particular companies, the experience of young people, can be then exploited in further companies. That's why we think that this particular system can be implemented quite successfully also in Poland. Some people may say that we already have certain models, but even the schools that already use this system encounter certain legal difficulties. So what we can do is actually combine and pool our experiences. Certainly, this dual education system can be implemented and adapted to particular companies. Yes, indeed. There are a couple of quite renowned companies like Strabag or Starbuck, Fronius, another example. We have a new technology used here, that is the use of hydrogen and solar energy. Yeah, this is a very good example of how can we adapt not only the know-how, the capital of foreign companies in Poland, but we also can use their ways of educating new employees and the development of human resources. I think that today there are fewer and fewer people who spend all their professional life in just one company. And now I would like to ask Monika Cegnar-Jurczewicz about the initiative, the TRISIS initiative. So certainly we cooperate also in the area of marine industry. What can we learn from Croatia and Croats? Right. Today already at the beginning of the Congress, we could hear from President Duda about the history of the Three Seas initiative, and it was actually initiated by President Duda and the former president of Croatia. So that's why this initiative is quite important for both countries. In 2015, when the initiative has just emerged, the infrastructure, especially hard infrastructure and energy infrastructure, were the main topics. But when thinking about our future, we should first understand the current situation in Croatia and the region. Of course, each country has a bit different history and they are at different stages of their development generally. Croatia is a small market with fewer than 4 million potential consumers. Actually, 1/4 of the whole population lives in the capital, in Zagreb. So this is the country which has problems with connecting different centers logistically because of its geographical shape and different obstacles. But we also we have been experiencing dynamic development in Croatia. In last year, our GDP increased by 6.3%. This year, this economic growth should be even bigger, greater than expected. Croatia is also a country that is dependent on tourism. That's 1/4 of our economy. That is why infrastructure is particularly important for Croatia. So far, Croats were thinking that tourism will be dependent only on the sea, sun, and this will accelerate the development of tourism. But now I think that we are aware that the innovation will be also an accelerating factor for the development of the whole tourism industry. So that's why infrastructure should certainly be one of the priorities. I also think and agree that we should also create a very people-friendly, employee-friendly environment for both skilled and less skilled workers. So it seems that the competitiveness can increase by development and investment in infrastructure in order to facilitate the transfer of people, products. And now I would like to ask Mr. Roman Matas, President of the Foundation International Investment Office. Certainly, Ukraine is currently experiencing a very difficult situation. Hopefully, soon we will be talking about the stability of that situation, and we'll be talking about prospective cooperation. What are the particular areas where you see the potential, the potential for the cooperation with Ukraine? Thank you for the question. So, from our today's perspective, we have been talking about it already today. Business will always find some opportunities, and even a war can create certain opportunities for some people. I know that it might not sound fair or best, but actually even today there are already some investment funds pooling resources for future projects. So of course externally the message communicated conveys the idea of the ongoing war, but even already internally in Ukraine, we are talking about gathering resources for future projects. So this is also something that I was quite actively engaged in. So I certainly wanted that our resources go especially to the Western Ukraine, but of course we didn't want to happen this way through war. If some part of business returned to Ukraine, they usually go to the western part. And the perspectives for the Ukrainian business are already different, because the industry or the business in the eastern part of Ukraine was mainly developed for Ukraine, for the internal market, or for Russia. But today that potential is actually lost in eastern Ukraine. And today Ukraine thinks mostly about Western Europe as the potential market. And many entrepreneurs from Ukraine are talking today about reorientation towards the European markets. Today in Ukraine, many things are actually cheaper, many assets are cheaper than before because of war. As we have discussed this topic before, we certainly need qualified, educated people. So, for instance, I've seen a leaflet, I think, that there are about 17,000 graduates each year. But, for instance, even in the whole, like the voivodeship, there are about 25,000 graduates each year. In Ukraine, we have a very similar potential. So today, certainly, we still see the boundary between the countries and some obstacles in terms of tax barriers, for instance, or legal barriers. But there is something common to the countries involved in the Three Seas Initiative. I have been once asked by an editor of a magazine, why do you think that the western part of Ukraine, Lviv Oblast, can be interesting for international, especially European investors? And my answer was that we are actually similar. We are not identical because, of course, it's impossible. Each country has its own trajectory of development, but there are certain areas that are common to all of us. And it's easier to find solutions, to resolve problems. We can actually quite quickly find a common language. Yeah, it's true that our region is quite unique because we share actually culture, history, and the aspirations for better future. So maybe let's focus on people, because they actually are responsible for the competitiveness of a particular region. So what can we say about demography, the demographic facts concerning particular countries? Do people emigrate from the region, or maybe do they come back? So, for instance, when we think about Poland, many people emigrated to Scandinavia, the United Kingdom, or maybe even overseas. But we also hear the news that they are coming back to Poland because the quality of life is good, is better, and there are new workplaces. There is lots of innovation. So people do not only move their personal life, but generate the capital, the ideas, and the innovation. A good example would be, for instance, Silicon Valley, which for many years have been seen as the most innovative part of our globe. So, what can we say about this connection between economy and demography in those regions? So, for instance, in our country, there are only about 2 million people, so we are small country. The Slovenians were not really eager to move around, to emigrate. I come from the Maribor region, which is very close to the Austrian city of Graz. So far, we have a really well-educated workforce at home, that's in Slovenia. But nowadays it's changing as well. That is, people want to work remotely. It's becoming more and more popular. So this is just our zeitgeist. If it comes to digitalization, certainly this changed a lot. This changed generally the structure of employees, the employee structure. In all the companies in Slovenia now, we actually earn a lot through digitalization. So the companies won't need cheap workforce, but actually specialized workforce and employees, like programists, analysts, etc. So this is the area of potential with greatest prospects for our region. I think that we see already that digitalization changed a lot, right? And not only in our region, but generally globally. Also, recently I've read a couple of articles on the topic, which show and envisage that more and more people will work remotely from their home. And I think also Croatia had many successes in this area. So actually nowadays you could like work anywhere in Europe and work for other places. So I think that what we have to do as employers, we have to care for our employees more. And certainly still in Central Europe, Central Eastern Europe, there are lots of things that we can do in this area. So it's not only about the remunerations that the employees get, but also the general well-being. But maybe we should invest more in promoting our region and our employees. Yeah, of course. I can see the same problem in the entire Central Europe. I also have a vineyard at my home, and I always look to Austria and Italy. Why are they so good at promoting their products? And I think because they had more experience, right? They're also proud of that. And this is also something that we can catch up with. Yeah, we should be proud of our region, of our economy. Especially this should be supported in the younger generation, in the younger people.
I would like to add, we've got neighboring countries right there, and so their perspective is similar in a lot of situations. However, Croatia is in a different position slightly because as a country who has joined the EU quite recently, I would compare our position to what Poland experienced, say, 10 years ago. So we are in the middle of this migration process where a lot of people are looking for better life conditions. They want to earn more. They want to be proud of what they do. Therefore, a lot of people emigrate right now. And Croatia has not given their citizens yet as good conditions, I believe, as the Western Europe. So the first generation that emigrated after 2013, when Croatia joined the European Union, indeed is coming back to Croatia and they are opening up their own businesses. So what's more important right now in Croatia and in all the countries from the region is that we do have this sense of homeland, of family we want to be close to, and the sense of security and feeling safe. I think that the Western Europe, in terms of its development, is not progressing anymore. Their peak has ended, and I believe that countries from our region are more capable of contributing more at this moment. How about investment-wise? What do you think? What kind of investment projects might enforce the growth of the region? And I'm talking not only about community investments like the Austrian investment projects in the region in Poland, but also I'm talking about investment from outside the European Union, for example, from Japan or the United States. What's your stance on that? Well, I have to say that we do have such investment projects right now, but because of the pandemic and the difficulties that followed, I think right now we feel quite safe and therefore we are not ready to take a greater risk. Austria, quite obviously, is not as developed as Germany in this respect, but we do have our own technology. We have a well-known company, ICT, producing planes. So the company is somehow related to China. And 10 years ago, there were 8 million inhabitants in Austria. Right now, we've got 9 million people. So I think that the attractiveness of Austria for investors is quite high. But we do have, on the other hand, a lot of migrants. We face a political strategic problem in this respect. The more immigrants come to Austria, the more aggressive approach among citizens it creates. So, and this is not a positive trend, neither for Austria nor for Europe or our Three Seas region. That's why I believe we need new regulatory measures to counter that. And of course, some of those migrants from Philippines, for example, are skilled workforce, but I believe that we should somehow monitor and control the migration. Yes, that's right. The migrants that come might be either very skilled workforce or not necessarily very physical and simple tasks they do. 70% of migrants that are going to stay in Austria are not skilled, have no education at all. And it requires a lot of money and capital to teach them and to educate those migrants. Yes, I'd like to, what I'd like to say is that very often a company or an officer wants to cooperate with another entity by trying to use a business model he knows already and trying to incorporate the same model in a different place, but it does not work in most cases because the investor wants to know what a given region or a given country has, what kind of, for example, tax incentives they can offer, or maybe some workforce strength that can offer. And this is the main difficulty of promoting a country or a region. If you don't know how to promote yourself, and if you don't know what you should promote, what you should post about, then that could be an issue. Because in the end, it's the investor who decides in what he wants to invest. And your task is not really to tell him what to do, but to focus more on the ways you can promote yourself, to present yourself as attractive to this investor. So having the right data analysis, being prepared in this respect is important. And it doesn't matter whether those investors are local ones or international ones from Japan or elsewhere. I would say the needs and the mechanism is similar. So we should underline more the fact, the way we discover our potential and we promote our potential. After the fall of the Soviet Union, in Ukraine, there were 52 million inhabitants. After the annexation of Crimea and the Lugansky Oblast, we became a country with population of around 45 million people. 1 year ago, after the invasion, there were 30 million citizens, more or less. The rest of those people are here. Why? Because those Ukrainians knew that you offer more opportunities to them. Of course, some people are coming back. Some people have done it already, but some are going elsewhere. Why? Because they realize that there are more opportunities for them elsewhere. And this is how it works. People are looking for better opportunities for them to work, to live, to invest money in things he's interested into. So let's say that the population situation of Ukraine could be compared in Europe to losing a few economies in a short period of time. Of course, there is an advantage of that, because the smaller the country is, the easier it is to manage. I've seen an analysis on that, whether which country is easier to manage and rule, and it said that's Austria. So, for example, in Slovenia, we are a small country, but everything is expensive. Taxes are high because of that. So there are, I would say, it's a twofold problem. So, but coming back to Ukraine and the war, that's such a huge strategy, and we need to support Ukraine and get involved. Yes, we are indeed so close to the border that we face the problems closely. Right, so the future of Ukraine and its approach towards joining the European structures is something we'll be talking about for sure, and it's important. Let me add, investment-wise, we've talked about investment projects, but investing in the IT sector and renewable resources sector is important. Why? Because they make countries more competitive, and they help in the initiative, and they help the innovation. And of course, a lot of people find jobs in those sectors. But also, green sources of energy often, we might say, that they offer new solutions, and these bring about more safety, and as a result, we as a region become more attractive for more skilled workforce. But let's not forget about investment in educational systems, because this is extremely important as well. And this is something countries themselves should take care of. Of course, states should be responsible for strategies for the future and think more globally than the private sector, because the private sector's main aim is to earn money, and the perspective is quite short term, whereas state administration should focus on long term solutions, and by supporting, among others, private sector. So state administration should look more into the future. Yes, this is one of the topics we've had today. But how about you think where we should go, where we should head, what we should head for as the Three Seas initiative? What do you think? Well, logistics and developing logistic infrastructure is for sure something there is a lot to do. So, for example, the Gdynia Gdańsk port is not yet used as much as it should be. The potential is not fulfilled yet. But also airports. We don't have enough airports. On one hand, on the other hand, the airports we've got are really costly, and it's difficult to fund them. So we should somehow connect all of those issues together and develop to be able to develop. Well, I believe that we have an opportunity. Of course, there is the war, but we do have this huge opportunity of not only earning money, building capital, but also taking care for environment, water, air. And what we need is energy infrastructure being developed. Those are the needs of Poland, of other countries of the region. And this is our chance to use and create new technologies for this purpose, environmental purpose. And there is no alternative. We have to do that. We have to take steps. Let me sum up. We are no longer countries, especially from our Croatian perspective, where the price is the most important factor, but in all those countries, Free Seas Initiative, are becoming slowly economies where the added value, innovation, time of delivery time, for example, for products, those are all factors that are more important. And this is the right direction, I believe. And we should be heading towards that. And we should continue in this direction because that could attract new employees and new ideas. And the future is bright. Yes, when we talk about the energy sector in Ukraine, it's fine. The situation right now is okay. So when the Soviet Union built the system, they as if anticipated the fact that it might be attacked. Of course, not by Russia, but thanks to that, right now we are quite safe in terms of energy, and there are preparations in place for the upcoming winter. And we are even talking about nuclear energy. We've signed some agreements, memorandums with the United States and with Japan. And with for example, Rolls-Royce company, the leasing company in the sector. And those are our plans for the future as well. What I want to mention as well is that we should benefit more and tap into the cooperation with other countries. And the fact that people who live abroad right now, they gather experience and they can use it later on in the country. But you here, you can also take advantage of the situation because thanks for this communication cooperation, we can learn how to understand each other better and use this understanding later on. Thank you very much. Let me just sum up very briefly. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you to all of you. We tried to show you different perspectives by local central government, from local central governments, different economies. A lot of ideas were presented, a lot of remarks, interesting remarks were said, and the fact that we should invest in digital infrastructure, the quality of investment in the region, including the energy sector and the development of the energy sector that's needed, the same for the logistics. Of course, if you have any questions for our guests, you are welcome to ask them. How to promote the development of
Tak
the
jest, my
Three
zawsze
Seas
mamy tą niewdzięczną rolę, że
region.
musimy zmierzać do końca. Dziękujemy bardzo. Zapraszamy jeszcze do
That's
wspólnego
the end of
zdjęcia,
our
tak abyśmy
panel.
uwiecznili ten moment
Unfortunately,
tego
that's the
panelu
end.
i abyśmy za
Let's take a
20 lat
photo
mogli zobaczyć to
together
zdjęcie
to
i później stwierdzić,
commemorate
że
this
rozmawialiśmy właśnie o tych
debate and to
kierunkach
be able to
rozwoju
look at the
gospodarczego
photo
krajów
in
Trójmorza.
20 years. In our partner is the
Szanowni Państwo,
Polish
nasi
Agency
prelegenci
of
teraz
Investment and
uśmiechają się
Trade.
wdzięcznie do naszych fotoreporterów, więc to jest
Okay,
doskonały
so
czas na
that's the
porcję
picture
zaproszeń.
time
Zanim
for
porcja
our
zaproszeń, to ważna
reporters.
informacja.
Let
Spoglądam na zegarek,
me
16.
look at
Punktualnie
my
wtedy
watch,
spotykamy się podczas
and
ostatniego
it's
panelu, a
almost
teraz czas na
4.
zaproszenie.
At 4, we begin our last panel. Please join and get involved into B2B meetings, but as well, please take a look at the exposition
To
that's
jeszcze zaproszenie do
outside.
autobusów. Jutro o
And then
16:15,
let's talk
szanowni
again
państwo,
about
wjeżdża
the
wesoły
hydrogen
autobus City
bus,
Tour po
this
Lublinie autobusem
fun
zasilanym
city
energią
bus that is
wodorową.
fueled
Więc jeżeli
by
państwo chcecie z
hydrogen,
jednej strony zobaczyć piękno Lublina, a z drugiej strony zobaczyć, jak
is
wyglądają
an option for
nowoczesne
those
wodorowe paliwa i
who want
zasilane nim
to
autobusy,
first of all
to bądźcie
visit the
państwo
city
podczas
and
tej
experience the
wycieczki, ale
beauty of the
należy się
city,
na
but
tą wycieczkę
also see
zapisać.
how
Nawet
this
dzisiaj
new
wystarczy
hydrogen
zejść, prawda, na dół.
technology works. If you are into that, then please go down to the reception desk to enroll, because the number of places
Tak jest,
is
bo my
limited.
również jutro będziemy z państwem
And
podczas
tomorrow
drugiego dnia forum gospodarczego.
we'll
Tymczasem
be
wracamy do
here
państwa
with
o
you
godzinie
as well for the
16
second day of
podczas
our
ostatniego
forum.
panelu, a będziemy
And
rozmawiać o potencjale
right now,
regionu Trójmorza.
today
Bądźcie
at
państwo
4
koniecznie z nami.
o'clock, we begin our last panel, our last seminar. So please
godzinie 16. 2 minuty opóźnienia mamy, ale co to jest 2 minuty? Szanowni Państwo,
Welcome.
bo przed nami
Just
ostatni
2
panel
minutes
pierwszego dnia
late,
Forum
but
Gospodarczego.
we have the last
Panie
panel, the last
przewodniczący
seminar
regionu
today.
Trójmorza, w tym
We
panelu
will be talking about the
przyjrzeć się
potential of the
sytuacji
Three Seas
w państwach
regions.
regionu Trójmorza. W ciągu ostatnich lat, jak Państwo
We
wiedzą,
will be
państwa Trójmorza
discussing
rozwijały się najdynamiczniej w
the
całej Europie.
we will be
Między innymi to
speaking about the dynamic growth of the countries in the
Tak jest,
region,
szanowni
especially in
Państwo,
the
a
areas
to
of
za sprawą między innymi, tak już
energy
mówiąc takim
generation
wchodząc w
and
początek tego panelu, to przez to,
infrastructure,
że te
especially
kraje,
road
które
infrastructure,
są w granicach
transport and
Morza
logistics.
Bałtyckiego, Adriatyku
The
i Morza
countries
Czarnego, dostrzegły
between
to, że nie trzeba ze sobą
the
konkurować,
Baltic,
trzeba razem
Black and
współpracować
Adriatic
i
Sea
przez to właśnie dynamicznie się
have
rozwijają.
to the conclusion that they can actually cooperate and through that achieve greater development.
O tym porozmawiamy już za chwilę.
And this
Zapraszamy
will be
moderatora tego
the topic
panelu,
of our
doktora
discussion.
habilitowanego Mieczysława
I
Rybę,
would like
profesora
to
członka zespołu
welcome the
doradczego Ministerstwa
moderator
Edukacji
for
i
the
Nauki,
seminar,
wiceprzewodniczącego
Professor
Sejmiku
Mieczysław
Województwa Lubelskiego. Zapraszam,
Ryba,
panie profesorze.
member of advisory board of the Marshall
Panie profesorze, zanim zaprosi
Office
pan
of the
swoich
Lubelski
gości,
Voivodeship.
panelistów do dyskusji, ja jeszcze mam jedno pytanie.
But
Jaka jest
first, I have
największa
a
siła
question to
państw
you.
Trójmorza? Co jest
What's the
największą
greatest
zaletą?
strength and advantage of the Three Seas Initiative member states?
O, już jest słychać.
The question is very open, but as a historian by education, I will say history and the contemporary time. So on the one hand, this is the
Panie profesorze,
geopolitical
więc my
location
zasiadamy
and
bardzo
common
wygodnie,
interests,
zapinamy pasy i
among
czekamy
others,
na te konkrety związane
common
z
defense
potencjałem
strategy.
regionów Trójmorza.
Zapraszamy.
Welcome all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to the panel on the potential of the Three Seas regions. We will have eminent guests in the panel. First of all, I would like to welcome Piotr Regulski, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of Grupa Azoty Puławy. Our second panelist will be Robert Zapotoczny, President PFR Porto. The next panelist is Marcin Majerowski, Vice President of the insurance company PZU SA. Next, we have Robert Pekowski, member of the board PKN Orlen. He will join our panel online via the internet. Another panelist is Krzysztof Golubiewski, member of the board PKPSA. And finally, Zdzisław Sokal, member of the board of the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. There is actually one more seat. We wanted to add yet another panelist, but for now it seems that that's the whole panel. Let's start with Piotr Regulski, Chairman of the Supervisory Board of Azoty Puławy. We shall start with the context of the macro cooperation and also the political context of the whole Three Seas Initiative countries. What is the common area of cooperation? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation first. It's another opportunity for me to take part in it. Also, we had really great talk delivered by the President of Poland, Andrzej Duda, today in the morning. It seems that the potential of the whole 3Cs initiative group the macro image, political image of the entire region with all the companies and small and middle enterprises that comprise our region is certainly based first of all on the mutual common identity, history also. So certainly thanks to the potential of the economies of particular countries, even in this difficult situation, is actually the factor that help us develop. I think that in contemporary times, the way we take our decisions has changed. It is dependent upon the delivery chains, resource diversification. Certainly, the production is always calibrated, sometimes even limited, maybe, according to the resource supply. So I think that we should also see the potential in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet in a particular context. I think last year the composition of the panel was quite similar. I want to ask all of you, what has changed over the last year? Also in the sphere of real cooperation between the countries. And now a question to Robert Zapotoczny, President of PFR Portal. You are interested in the demographic development. Man is always at the foundation of all the changes and transformations. So, what is like the demography of the 3Cs region? In the last year, my perception was a bit different because it was the time when the war in Ukraine had just broke out. But today we are talking more of the when rather than if the war in Ukraine will come to a conclusion. So certainly, if we are talking about the employee capital plans, we achieved some kind of success, I think. All the foreigners employed in Poland, independent of the form of employment, fall under the employee capital plans. This same applies to the Ukrainian employees. Just before our seminar, I was thinking about some demographic figures and the demographic potential. Just like Mr. President today in his speech said, 27-28% of the entire EU population is actually located in the 3Cs region. It's more than 100 million people. 1/3 of that number Those are poles. So we all are united by the economic level, although there are, of course, some differences if it comes to the demographic dynamics. So I have checked all the 3Cs initiative countries. So we've got like two leaders, the Czech Republic and Romania. In the Czech Republic, the demographic level measured in such a way as to check whether the next generation can replace the former. So the level of this demographic replacement should be 2.1. In Poland, it's 1.34, which is the same as in 2011. It increased slightly because of an introduction of the benefit for children, but still is not exactly the level that would guarantee the generational replacement. Unfortunately, in Poland, we don't have enough people in the so-called productive age. It's also the question of the social perception if it comes to the size of the family having children. In Lithuania, we have worse result because in 2011 it was 1.5, now it's less. But in Czechia, in the Czech Republic, we've got change in the perception of family. And I think that the 3Cs initiative countries should pay more attention to the human factor, because the human capital is certainly our strength and should be our strength. Certainly, we can't speak about the economic future in a world with a smaller population because of many problems that arise from that, like, for instance, the problem with pensions. Now, Mr. Wojciech Marcin Majorowski, Vice President of the insurance company, PZU. I would like to tell us about that issue in the region. From the perspective of pension funds, so we can say that the pension funds are really good entities to invest in, because they don't aim at achieving at taking over the management of particular companies. So of course we are talking about the situation before they go public, before the preparation of prospectus. For the development of the markets, pension funds are quite important. From the perspective of demographic changes in the 3Cs initiative regions, and compared to the Western Europe, we still have a relatively younger population. So the income of financial sources to pension funds is still increasing. In our common interest, and I'm talking about all the countries of the 3Cs initiatives, is to work together on legal regulations, gender economic regulations. If we have common regulations, legal and economic regulations on our markets, then we will be better places to invest in, not only in Western Europe, but also overseas, for instance, by the USA. In this way, we will be perceived as a bigger market. So we can achieve also better capitalization. And big companies are usually in stronger countries. But if we think about stock exchanges in our countries, so they are other small. But if we think about the stock exchange, Polish stock exchange, for instance, is just 2% of the capitalization of the entire EU market. So it's much less than the stock exchange in London, although now it's outside of the EU. But certainly, if we think about the stock exchange in Frankfurt or Paris, certainly the foreign investors will invest in our regions if we combine our markets. So by acting together, we may achieve the synergy effect through the inflow of capital to the pension fund. We can also attract the capital from the investors who are afraid of being taken over. So can we generally in the three Cs countries, we don't deal with a huge movement of people, but an interesting case here is the inflow of Ukrainians. And now we have 100,000 non-Polish contributors to the pension fund in Poland, and most of them are Ukrainian citizens. Yeah, so certainly the movement of the human resources, so of people, has a good potential. Open pension funds are responsible for 20% of the capitalization of the market. For people who are not aware how the pension system works, so that they should know that they have little time to join the open pension funds. So what is important is that we inform people, especially the foreigners, about the possibility of joining the open pension funds. In the long-term perspective, those investments are quite effective. The increase of the open pension funds portfolio is greater than the average growth of the companies in the stock exchange. The return on investment is certainly greater and better. And we would also like to invite all the Ukrainian employees to join our system. But just as I said before, the persons first of all have to be aware that they have such a possibility. And there should also be a legislative postulate For a couple of years, the open investment funds do not have the possibility, they can't just advertise for joining to those open funds. But I believe that those returns on investment should be a reason enough to attract people to join the open pension funds, which could be seen as a complement to the general general solutions. And now, I would like to ask Robert Perkowski about the cooperation of ORLEN with Hungary. So, for instance, last weekend, I've actually seen the logo of ORLEN in Hungary. So, what are the perspectives for the development? How do we approach the issue of the war in Ukraine, especially if we think about Hungary in this context? So, you have mentioned the most important aspect of our economy, that is the population. But another important element is energy sector. In particular, access to electrical energy as such. Just as you have noticed, the energy independence is a very important part of our independence as such. ORLEN is certainly is this entity that stabilized the energy security in the region. If it comes to the differences in the region, certainly we can identify some. For instance, the differences between Hungary and other countries belonging to the 3Cs initiatives are quite apparent. But we are still united in that we want to secure this energy independence of our region. Last year, the war in Ukraine, but also the process that started our initiative has already begun in 2009. So it was earlier than that. It's not just the war in Ukraine. Also, we take into account the first attack in Ukraine in 2014. Also, President Lech Kaczynski talked that without energy security, there is no security generally. So, following into these footsteps, we can say that Poland was quite well prepared for the energy crisis and gas crisis. Even if we mention 2017, for instance, that the European Union funded the interconnector between Poland and Slovakia, but also other projects between Poland and Lithuania. That was implemented last year, or the Baltic Pipe. Also, other initiatives are worth mentioning in the region. I'm sure that the whole initiative certainly made it actually just possible to follow these investments. Also, other interconnectors or pipelines, for instance, from Croatia, the pipeline Bruska, which actually brings gas to Czechia, Slovakia, among others. They are quite important. So this is a process that that is quite important, and again we should see, and again Poland is actually a leader of the actions within this area. Certainly, the countries in the region want to invest 21 billion euro for the grid, for the power grid, and also for the gas connections. So it seems that the proverb that was probably already uttered during the conference, that the Poles are wiser after certain challenges that they face, is certainly still valid. So what I wanted to say is that we all, that is all the countries, need each other to secure the energy safety. And also, if we think about the countries that do not have direct access to sea, also delivering additional gas transports to those countries can be quite important. For instance, LNG. Or it is also possible to use the gas pipelines both ways, right, in both directions. Talking about PKN Orlen, very often we have to also talk about liquid fuels. So it's not only gas, but also electro energy industry. So just as you said, just as the moderator said, we have Polish gas stations in Hungary, but also the other way around. There are some examples of Hungarian companies in Poland. So despite the possible differences between the countries in the region, we can actually support each other. So we have to remember that our safety is dependent upon the safety of our neighbors. And this also increases our competitiveness when we compare it with the other countries.
If I add and sum up briefly, I think we might risk a statement that we are in a way we are delivering some kind of energy security in Europe, and it's mostly because of our strategic thinking and also our geopolitical situation and location. Yes, of course, we have 3,000 gas stations in Poland, and even more in the 4 countries around us. So in Lithuania, in Poland, there are our gas stations. The energy security of the region is something we feel responsible for, being at the same time local patriots. Right, so time flies really quickly. I need to ask my other remaining panelists not to get them angry. let's let's hear about the transport. I visit very often the southern part of the region. How about the prospects for Via Carpathia, but also the railway prospects? In May, at the beginning of May, I was in Budapest and in Eger in Hungary, and it was hard to find a tourist who was not from Poland. So there are so many Polish tourists and visitors there, and of course, the Hungarians. They have built some roads. A more difficult situation right now is faced by Slovakia. And what do you think about that? Are there any positive prospects in for that? Hello, welcome everyone. Yes, as the previous panelists said, all the resources are there in the countries of the Three Seas region. There are more than 100 million citizens, so more than 1/3 of the population of the European Union is located in our Three Seas region. So we should stop people from leaving the region and going to the Western Europe. To do that, we need more job places, more jobs. And for me, Lublin and Rzeszów have always been two cities that were an example of strong rivalry. Rzeszów always had great road infrastructure, and because of that, was able to attract more investment projects. Of course, my heart is more in Lublin, and well, but still, Rzeszów was in a more advantageous position, but Lublin is getting back on track, and because the transport issues are in a better place right now, it's changing. We've got Panatoni investment project, and I think it shows the situation of our road situation, road infrastructure. Investment in railroads is something we can talk about in the future. So different factories of large corporations like Mercedes, for example, are located in places where there are railway hubs and transportation hubs. So the railway transport is of our interest to a large degree. As you've said, Professor, Poland is not the best in terms of transport and location and the way it's connected. Why? Because we didn't have technical capacities. Right now, around 2% of products coming to Poland goes through our southern border, and because of the lack of this technical capacity, the future, maybe the CPK project, so the central communication port might be a solution to that problem in the future. The central communication port project is going to be developed in several stages. First of all, connecting Warsaw and Łódź. That's the first stage. But later on, we hope to connect other cities as well. So we hope to be able to get to the south, maybe in 10 years. Of course, road infrastructure is easier to invest in and to develop. I think we can quite safely say that it's pretty easy to move around by road transport, by roads in Poland already. Now, for example, a trip to Augustów takes me much less time than a few years back when it was 9 hours to get there. So we have the central communication port project on the way. Our relationship with Ukraine, as you probably know, results in a lot of products being transported by railway to Ukraine. Right. How about the white of rails? Is it an issue, a logistical problem? Yes, they declared that they would change and they would adapt the European standard in this respect, but I think it won't be possible soon. Maybe when it comes to the main railroads like Lviv or Kiev, it's feasible. Well, for us, the intermarium is going to be even more important than the Three Seas region because our economic relationships with Ukraine are of great importance to us and will be in the future. Well, simply because of our history and geography as well. So we've we share similar culture, language, history. So that will be our main direction of expansion. Thank you. And finally, Mr. Sokol, member of the board at the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. So I think we are able right now to assess our presence in terms of trade, finance, and cooperation between different entities. And there are a lot of Polish businesses investing abroad. How would you assess that when you think about the recent months? Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. I'm really honored to be able to represent the Polish Investment and Trade Agency today. This is an institution owned by the Polish state, and we have three main goals. First of all, is supporting foreign investment in Poland. Second, is supporting Polish investment abroad. And the third element of our policy is supporting the Polish export. And we've been trying to implement all those goals and fulfill those goals by means of our offices all over the world. We've got, of course, our offices in the Three Seas region countries, in Austria, in Hungary, in Croatia, in Bulgaria, and so on. So our offices are located throughout the whole Three Seas region. And I want you to be aware of those possibilities and use them. There are our representatives in those offices who support the work and initiative of state and private entities. So take advantage of that. You've been talking about different components of the strength and of the prospects for the region to develop based on the classical theory of economics. You need work, capital, land, and know-how. And that's a classical approach. Where are we now? At which stage? When it comes to work, labor, you can take a look at the World Bank report that is annual. a report on the capital divided into different categories. And the human capital is one of the very important category in on this report. And the human capital of Poland and all the countries of the region has been growing pretty fast. When we compare it to other Central and Eastern Europe, we are quite competitive in this respect. And when I think about, for example, the level of mathematics competences, it's really high. So we can compare ourselves to the South Korea, for example, and we can use this human capital. Of course, we still have a long way to go, but a lot has been changing, and this is our strength, I believe. Another important aspect that contributes to development is capital in itself. How to find it, how to get it. So generally, Europe as a continent presents a very classical approach because it's financed a lot externally by the bank system. And we know there were problems. We used to have the previous system in Europe, in the Central Europe, eliminated the banks and the banking system. What happened is that the bank sector developed greatly, and the financing via banks is now at the level of 75%. So in the US, for example, it's the capital market that finances the economic growth. So what's important? Our future in the region is the growth of the capital market. So the capital market needs to consolidate and needs to develop for a number of reasons. Because there will be huge infrastructural investment projects on the way. So the long-term investments, energy investments, for example, requires a lot of time to get the money back. And that's why the capital market needs to develop in line with those needs. We need to find capital tools and instruments to be able to implement investment in the region of the 3C countries. Another thing that's important is our approach to land and land owning. As you know, so some rare resources, rare minerals, particles are also part of this idea of land, the capacity for using renewable energy, and so on. Everything we have a lot of potential when it comes to those. There are we've got so many citizens with great potential of skills, knowledge, for example, in mathematics, and that's something we should use. So answering your question, Mr. Professor, and trying to compare the current situation with the previous period when we met, I'm lucky to be here at this conference for the second time. And I would like to welcome all of you to participate in different economic missions all over the world, including the 3Cs region. So we had a pleasure with Mr. President to visit Albania quite recently. It's not the country of the region, but except for those 3Cs countries, there are other countries we cannot forget about. To join the Free Seas region right now, you have to be an EU member. So we've got Ukraine, a candidate to joining, accession candidate. We've got Moldova in a similar situation. And during the meeting, this meeting with Mr. President, we talked about, and the Albany asked the president to support and to be the voice for Albany, to represent Albany at this forum of Free Seas countries. And when Lech Kaczyński, the late Lech Kaczyński, talked about the Free Seas region, no one believed him. Now we've got countries who are member states of the Free Seas Initiative already, and there are countries who are aspiring to join the initiative. This vision of ours used to be really abstract, but now it's different. We get a lot of support, financial support from, among others, the biggest world economy, the United States. We've got the financial fund of the Free Seas Initiative, and with Poland being the leader, who invested 70 million into the fund. And this is what helps us, gives us long-term financing. The fund is really dynamic. You probably participated in other panels as well, but as you know, probably we've discussed other possibilities, operational possibilities. The fund has its part in other institutions as well. So there are a number of options we use and invest into, and I think the whole idea of Free Sea is becoming more and more attractive, not only in Europe but also globally. And we are supported by the United States of America, so the greatest economy right now. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, our time is limited, and that's almost the end of our meeting today. Let me present you a few remarks, if you don't mind. I think Mr. President mentioned a crucial issue. So, of course, economy is important, but geopolitics is also crucial because so geography and politics, they both force certain processes and make them happen. Why we've seen some development in terms of railway because of war. Of course, with Ukraine, we have some good and bad historical background. For example, the question of grains being important from Ukraine. Recently, that was one of those problems. But of course, we develop very quickly. So geography, security, defense, all those areas, they make certain projects happen and be possible. So the question is how much today we are able to assess whether the support we get from the overseas. Of course, from the American perspective, and when we think about competition with China, what's good for them is strengthening the Free Seas region. So to have the military troops, American troops in Europe, it's obvious that they need to invest into infrastructure, for example. And it's not about who likes whom, but we talk about business mostly and the political and financial interests. So the Americans need the West for their safety, defense, and for their security. Do you think that the American engagement is real? And are they ready to invest real money here? Well, it's a very difficult question to answer. Everything has been changing so quickly. We've been in touch with a lot of workers of ours. We've taken part in a lot of missions, and what I can say right now is that the world's global situation, Asia, South America, America has been changing a lot. If I were to go to the Netherlands right now, where I used to work as a student, not much changed there. But when we look at Poland and the current situation, for example, our railway, and when we and for example in Bulgaria, I wanted the policymakers to come to Poland by train to see how much we developed, how much we developed our railroads. So trying to be objective, I would say that the life situation in Poland and our infrastructure has developed so much. We need to think to find sources of investment more locally. Americans, of course, the Americans are going to be involved. Those are not official information, but we got an American declaration to participate in the Free Seas Fund. They want to invest around $300 million. So, but we don't know what the future holds. There will be great challenges soon, but I want us to look at the region as a whole, at Poland, and to remember that we need to work hard to achieve success. I believe that getting financing only from the American partner is important, and I'm sure we are going to find this financing. And one more, maybe one question, the last one to Piotr Górski. Yes, Zdzisław Sokol is representing. Well, I'm honored. Grupa Azoty is part of our board, of our polyolefins Azoty Group, and I'm so happy to have such an active surveillance. And when we talk about the Americans, let's mention the intention letter concerning the nuclear reactors and the Hyundai investment from the South Korea that is on the way. So I believe that their presence, American presence, is indeed needed and crucial. Okay, all the gentlemen, thank you very much. Mr. Regulski, Zapotoczny, Heryszyk, Majerowski, Berkowski, Golubewski, Sokol, thank you very much for your presence, for your
Dziękujemy bardzo.
contribution.
I dodajmy jeszcze
I
jedno
hope to see you
nazwisko
next
do
year.
tego kompletu, doktor habilitowany
And-
Mieczysław Ryba, który
And
moderował
of course,
całość tego panelu. Jeszcze
Zapraszamy
Professor
jeszcze, tak, do
Ryba,
wspólnego zdjęcia tutaj
thank
przed
you
sceną.
as
Proszę.
well. And let's have a photo
pan
at the
fotograf
end.
tutaj
All of
przedstawia
you,
państwa,
please join
a
us.
właściwie panów. Wspólne zdjęcie niech
Tak, między kwiatkami a stolikiem.
Right, you can
Panowie, czy
squeeze
to
there in between the table and the
panowie w
flowers.
doskonałych humorach po tej
So
wyścigu.
I see
Tak,
everyone is energized and in
Drodzy
good
państwo,
mood after the debate.
dziś panel czas
That
pierwszego dnia forum.
was
Gdańsk.
our last
Tak jest,
panel.
mieliśmy przerwę, dłuższą przerwę, kilkunastogodzinną, bo
And we are
wracamy do
going
państwa
to have
jutro
a longer
o godzinie
break.
13,
Let's meet
a jutro
together
kolejna porcja
tomorrow
diskusji
at 1 o'clock.
związanych z krajami
And we'll be talking more about the Three Seas region.
Rynku wodorowego. i
We'll be talking about the green transition,
A skoro
about the
jesteśmy przy
hydrogen
gospodarce
market,
wodorowej,
among
to można
other
jutro
subjects.
wziąć udział
And
w takiej podróży,
when it
zwiedzaniu
comes to
Lublina autobusem
hydrogen
wodorowym. Ta podróż jutro o godzinie
energy, you
16:15
can hop
można
on
zapisać
the
się w recepcji w
hydrogen
Lubelskim
fueled
Centrum
bus
Konferencyjnym
tomorrow
na dole
to
i
visit
państwo
our
ruszycie
beautiful
w podróż
city. If you
wesołym
are
autobusem.
eager to
Oczywiście mamy
join
zaproszenie
us on
także
this trip,
na
you can
dziś na galę
enroll at
Kongresu
the reception
Trójmorza, na
desk.
której zostaną wręczone bardzo
And
ważne
please
nagrody
join us for
międzynarodowej
the award
sukcesu w obszarze
gala
regionu
today
Trójmorza. A
at
galę
the
uświetli
evening.
koncert. Kto wystąpi?
And
Tak jest,
during the
artystentem
gala, there
orkiestra
will
akordeonowa z
be
Radzynia
a
Podlaskiego
concert
Klasyka. To po
from
pierwsze i po
a
drugie
classical
klasyka
orchestra
nie
from
tylko polska,
Radzyń,
ale również klasyka ukraińska. Godzina
but
19
as
po
well
drugiej stronie ulicy
at
Centrum
7
Spotkania Kultury.
o'clock in the
Jesteśmy przekonani,
evening,
że państwo również
on the other
będziecie
side of the
Bardzo
street,
dziękujemy
there
dzisiaj za
will be
uwagę
a
i za
concert
tak
of
owocną
a
dyskusję.
Ukrainian
do zobaczenia
orchestra.
jutro.
So
Do zobaczenia.
please join us for those events and see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.